Alright, continuing on from yesterday, we have the Arcane Mage. We definitely need to get through these a lot faster. I really need to finish these today and not lose sleep from going too long, so... yeah. There were some changes to Arcane Mage on the talent tree. This is not Arcane Mage. But also all mages in general. So Mass Barrier, it was a 2-minute cooldown. It became a 3-minute cooldown, and I think they also nerfed all mage barriers, which would then include the Mass Barrier, if I recall correctly. They nerfed all mage barriers like 15% or something. So overall, mage gonna be doing less healing in the dungeon. Well, not healing, obviously, but it counts as healing on the damage meters, or the healing meters. But yeah. But as for the talents for Arcane Mage, yeah, they changed a little bit of stuff. So they got rid of Nether Tempest, they got rid of the Mana Gem, they got rid of the Radiant Spark thing. They have a new thing called Magi Spark, which is kind of similar to Radiant Spark. And then they added Ether Attunement. And that's the highlights. I don't know exactly what else they changed, but that's the highlights. So Ether Attunement was essentially a tier set bonus. Or it's every 3 times you consume clear casting, gain Ether Attunement. Your next arcane missiles deals 100% increased damage to your primary target and fires it up to 4 nearby enemies, dealing 50% increased damage. They did end up nerfing this after it originally came out, though. So I'm not sure I even like it anymore, because it already had a bit of usability issues. So I might be changing how I do that. Arcane Mage, we're still stuck with shifting power in the class tree, which I still do not like. And we're still reliant on clear casting RNG, so it used to be that clear casting, is that on here, or do I have to open up my thing? Clear casting used to be a chance to gain clear casting based on mana spent. So your abilities that cost more mana had a higher chance of proccing clear casting. But now it's just all arcane spells have a set chance of clear casting. And I don't remember how recent this was, but yeah, you can't actually use arcane missiles without clear casting anymore. They decided to just remove that, so it's like specifically a problem with Ether Attunement, where if you get your Ether Attunement to proc, but you don't have clear casting, you have a certain amount of time to proc that clear casting and use the Ether Attunement before it disappears. So it can, the Ether Attunement can end up going to waste. Especially like if you like proc it like at the end of a boss fight or something, and you have to run to the the next area of the dungeon, then even if you get to the next set of monsters, if you don't have the clear casting proc, it can take you too long to proc the clear casting that you the ether attunement goes to waste. So it's definitely, I think ether attunement needs a quality of life buff because of that. Like I said, buff duration too short. They probably don't want you having that buff like indefinitely until you use it, type of thing. But like it's like 30 seconds, which is fine in some situations, not fine in other situations. So yeah. So before arcane missiles required clear casting, you could at least use the ether attunement without clear casting arcane missiles to get some value out of it. But now that arcane missiles requires the clear casting, you just completely lose the ether attunement in those situations. So that's something I don't like. And also, Arcane Mage still has the whole mana gimmick of you run out of mana, which and then you have to either use Evocation to regenerate your mana or Arcane Surge to regenerate your mana. Now, both of these are usually up. Like, you'll usually have one of these up at all times, basically. So, it's it's really just like a pause in your DPS when you cast those, and then you're just right back to blasting. So I don't really know like what's really the point of that mechanic anymore. Because it's not like in single target where you're like, oh shoot, I'm out of mana, I need a arcane barrage so that my arcane charges goes down, so that my arcane blast isn't as expensive, so that I can kind of stall until my evocation comes off a cooldown or something like that. You don't have any plays like that where you're doing that. And also they semi-nerfed Arcane Barrage in that they brought back up the arcane charge scaling on it. So it used to be with only a couple arcane charges, it would be like pretty decent damage, but now the scaling on it, they increased a lot more. So you're not gonna be spamming it in like single target like every other cast type of thing like you could before, which is specifically you're doing that for the execute damage, double damage versus targets under 35% health. I really don't like the design of that talent still, dependent on Game Barrage execute. The it's gonna hurt us a lot on the training dummy as well, but basically the it does just such a ridiculous amount of damage that it I don't know. I don't like. I guess I don't really like execute specs in general per se. Like if their burst during execute is super strong, because then they have to really they're like balanced around that, so then they have to try really hard to make the most of it, and it just becomes a pain. So, yeah, that's about all I'm going to talk about Arcane Mage. I don't know. I'm probably not doing the rotation of this right. I never really learned what's the optimum way to play Arcane Mage as far as how it was before with the Radiant Spark, and what's the best way to use Arcane Surge. Like, do you use Arcane Surge at the start of the fight? Because I feel like in general you do for the 35 or 25% spell damage. The damage of Arcane Surge itself, the explosion damage, isn't that great as far as single target goes. But the spell damage is good, but you can end up in a situation where if you do use it at the start of the fight, if you get bad luck with the clear casting, you end up having to use the evocation pretty quickly, and then if you continually have bad luck, you'll use your shifting power to reduce the cooldown, of course, but you'll potentially have problems with running out of mana before the Arcane Surge comes back up. So I'm not super confident that it's optimal to start with Arcane Surge. It's possible. I don't know. I'm not really sure. The cast time is also kind of an issue. So, but I think we're gonna start with our Touch of the Magi, and then we will Arcane Surge, and then we'll do our thing. I guess I didn't actually explain the new Magi Spark though. So during your Touch of the Magi, you have to do Arcane Blast and Arcane Barrage and Arcane Missiles to get good value out of it, out of the Magi Spark. And of course you want to do as much damage during Touch of the Magi as possible to get good value out of that, as well as Touch of the Magi generally, since it generates 4 arcane charges. I feel like you generally want to be out of arcane charges, aka use Arcane Barrage right before you use it, so that you get value out of that generation of arcane charges, but I'm not too sure on that either, so there's a lot I don't know about for the Arcane Mage rotation, but we're just gonna go for it. Did I totally forget the Arcane Barrage? Or did I do that? No, I think I did that. Alright, oh, we got our Ether Attunement. Or even Station here. We should get the shifting power going. And at this point we have... Don't know what's optimal. Alright, I think that went pretty well. Like I said, I still don't know what's the right rotation. All right. That. Not sure. Is that Arcane Barrage during that? Oh, that's what we're missing. Evocation. I'm out of mana. Oh, we are... Yeah, let's just blast this a little bit more here and then. Alright, so yeah. Single target, we're still mostly doing damage from Arcane Blast and Arcane Missiles. I have in a dungeon see a mage, an Arcane Mage, do some ridiculous damage with like Magi Spark stuff and Touch of the Magi, but that was of course just a very short, like 30-second heroic dungeon boss fight. So it was like all their burst damage, but it was like some ridiculous amount of damage where they were they were definitely over geared for heroic, but not as much as like they were doing the amount of damage as you usually see from somebody like 20 item levels higher than they were. So it was interesting. So yeah, there might be a lot more potential in the single target damage for Arcane Mage. I'm just not sure yet. As for AoE rotation, it's pretty much the same as it was before, which is the basic thing is that you're using Arcane Explosion to generate charges, and then Arcane Barrage to spend charges when you get max charges for a bunch of multi-target damage, and then you're using Arcane Orb whenever it's up instead of Arcane Explosion to generate charges, because that'll get you straight to max charges in one cast. The damage isn't great on it, but I mean the damage of Arcane Explosion is pretty weak. We have a new talent down at Cloud that kind of cycles the damage of Arcane Explosion upwards, but it's still very low. You're still primarily in AoE. Arcane Barrage is still like your primary big damage thing, especially when you hit it on enemies that are below the 35% health threshold. We're still going to be using Touch of the Magi in AoE to generate arcane charges, and because arcane, and because of the damage multiplier, and there's also like little explosion damage that happens. Touch of the Magi, and then the talent here gives you little mini explosions whenever they take damage. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely like made so that you use arcane missiles when Touch of the Magi's up in AoE. But I haven't seen how much that really does. But then the other thing is this is where we actually get real value out of Ether Attunement. So they still have it so Arcane Explosion consumes clear casting, which I didn't like before, but with Ether Attunement it's kind of useful. So with Ether Attunement, you want to use to build up to the Ether Attunement, you want to use your clear casts with Arcane Explosion until the first few clear casts, and then when the Ether Attunement's up, then you want to use the Arcane Missiles. Like I said though, when Touch of the Magi's up, you want to always, I believe you want to always use it on Arcane Missiles. But yeah, it's and then we're still gonna Arcane Surge and Shifting Power, but we're not gonna run out of mana, at least not with the way we're doing things. I don't know if there's a different way to do AoE damage with Arcane Mage where you actually do run out of mana. But yeah. So let's get it done. And then I assume for oh, and also we have that talent where when you Arcane Barrage, there's a chance that it just shoots out another Arcane Orb, so you'll see lots of Arcane Orbs because of that. Got our Ether Attunement up. But if we don't get the clear casting proc here, it's gonna suck. There we go. Barely. So, yeah, Arcane Mage damage. As you can see here, we're not hitting the 300k damage that a good DPS spec does. But yeah, like I said, it's largely because we're not getting the execute damage on our Arcane Barrages here. Alright. So, that's pretty much how it goes. So yeah. Not super exciting. But Arcane Missiles, as you can see, you do get pretty good damage on that. with the ether attunement going. I think we did one cast in the first touch of the Magi, where we got clear casting without ether attunement. But I think those other casts were all ether attunement ones. Oh, I guess we could... I mean, you could probably figure it out from the number of hits of arcane missiles, but I don't want to try to do the math on that. But yeah, arcane explosion, we're casting a lot of it. But it's not that much damage, like I said. And this, you got to keep in mind, this is without the double damage on targets less than 35% health. So Arcane Barrage is usually like close to 50% of your damage in like typical dungeon crash pull. So yeah. So our damage would be a bit more, but still I don't think it brings it up to like a fully super strong AoE DPS spec. So not super great on the Arcane Mage, but still very playable. I do wish, as I keep saying, I do wish it did more without the Arcane Barrage execute, though. I wish it was not so heavily reliant on that for your AoE damage. Let's move to our next mage spec, the Fire Mage. Now, I never liked the design of how Fire Mage plays. Ever since they went to like the whole instant cast Fire Blast, cast wall casting thing, you're doing the hot streak thing, and you're stacking up you're just doing like lots of instant cast Pyroblasts. You also want to keep an eye. I guess this. So this is greater Pyroblast PvP ability. It's lighting up is where I'm getting flagged for the PvP thing. So you'll see here, for example, Fireball doing 33k damage. And then when we're not in the PvP, Fireball does 24k damage. So I should have reminded you at the Arcane Mage part that numbers are kind of messed up sometimes because of this stupid PvP flagging thing that happens sometimes. Alright, so yeah, Fire Mage has some stuff to it. I'm not using the talent where Fireball and Pyroblast spells always deal a crit when the target is above 90% health. In general solo gameplay, that's a really nice talent. But it really screws up your damage on training dummies if the training dummy is just chilling at full health the whole time. So we're definitely not doing that. Before we get to the actual damage, let's talk Fire Mage real quick. Mass Barrier obviously still got nerfed like it did with Arcane Mage. Got nerfed on all the mage specs. Still stuck with shifting power in the class tree. And they did a rework of Living Bomb in the spec tree. But it was super strong, where it's a passive where your next fire blast ends up turning an enemy into a living bomb. But it did like way too much damage in the regular fire mage rotation. Because you don't actually do anything different to trigger it or to use it. It just naturally happens as like passive damage, basically. So, it didn't do a ton in single target, but it did do a ton in AoE. So they nerfed it like 90% or something. There's like several talents related to it, but I decided to completely unspec it. Because it's like, it feels super pointless if it's as weak as they made it. So yeah, we're gonna... Oh, and then, yeah, Flame Strike on Fire Mage, still too weak. Still think it shouldn't work with Hot Streak at all. That's the instant cast thing. Because it just does not do that much damage. This is... I did some talenting into Flame Patch over here, and one over here for Flame Strike to put more ignite damage on targets. This is a good talent design-wise. Because part of the problem with Flame Strike being essentially non-viable is that a lot of your damage with the standard single target ignite spreading playstyle is ignite for AoE. But now you can at least do somewhat decent ignite damage with that talent with Flame Strike. But I still think Flame Strike itself needs to do a lot more damage. But let's just do some single target damage. I don't really know what's in these days, but yeah, we're gonna... We've got charges of Phoenix Flames, we've got charges of Fire Blast, and then we've got a Meteor over here, and this one here is a Dragon Breath, which I don't have the talent selected right now for the Dragon Breath to crit and like contribute to the hot streak, so we're not going to be pressing that one. But yeah. And then we are using the talent here where Combustion will refresh all your charges of Flame Blast and Phoenix Flame, so I'm not going to actually start directly with Combustion. I'm going to use all my Phoenix Flames and Fire Blasts to blow up the training dummy as much as I can before we use Combustion. It's not important as far as the start of the fight to do that, since you already have all your charges, but it's like once the when the second Combustion comes off of cooldown, when you're ready to do your second Combustion, normally you want to essentially save up your Phoenix Flames and Fire Blasts for the Combustion, but if you have this new talent here, then you don't have to worry about saving them up for the Combustion. So it's a big improvement to the quality of life, I guess you could say, of the rotation. I hate having to do like how you have to save runes on the Frost Death Knight for your Pillar of Frost damage window. So, we'll start with a fireball. Okay. Now we go to kind of the boring part. We can do shifting power here. But yeah, we're kind of mostly waiting for the combustion again. And so yeah, like I said, I think I'm pretty bad at the rotation here. Never really learned Fire Mage, but yeah, DPS is definitely way below par. I know previously meta was Sun King's Blessing. I don't know if that's still the case. But yeah. And then AoE damage. The build I'm using is oops. There's a talent here. When Phoenix Flames damages 3 or more targets, your next 2 flame strikes have their cast time reduced by 1.5 seconds, and their damage is increased by 20%. So we are going to be using this a lot. But this is new, so I haven't set up a Wikara to properly keep track of this. But basically that's going to give us a lot shorter flame strike cast times when we're not using hot streak on instant cast flame strikes. So kind of the goal is to get lots of flame strikes down, and we're gonna be getting flame patch damage from that. But you can see just from the numbers that These are not strong abilities. Like Flame Strike is sort of on the order of magnitude of Arcane Explosion for the Arcane Mage, because the Arcane Mage has more Arcane Explosion damage than the Fire Mage. So it's really, really way too weak. But yeah, I really don't like the whole instant cast flame strikes, and I don't even like the faster cast speed flame strike stuff. I really just wish flame strike did like Warcraft 3 levels of damage, which is basically shitload of damage, but it was like a very slow very slow spell, so they would probably have to make it like a cooldown, but I want the big 3-second cast time flame strike that does like 100k AoE damage or something. That's what I want. So yeah. I'm not really sure what's the best way to even use combustion here in AoE with this build, because we're not doing the single target ignite spreading like I talked about. We're going for flame strikes. So yeah. I think we're just gonna pop. Oh wait, no, we get our charges back though. Yeah, we're gonna Phoenix Flames and then do our Flame Strikes, and then we're gonna be using Fire Blasts as needed for the Hot Streaks. And then once we run into that stuff, then we'll pop the Combustion, similar to the single target. That's what I'm gonna do. Is that optimal? I don't know. But we'll start ourselves with a Meteor here first. Whoops. I'm not sure if the it kind of feels like the hot streak I'd have to like really test it, but it feels like the hot streak Flame Strike uses up a charge of the faster cast speed Flame Strikes, which would probably be a bug. I'd have to really look into it, but it just feels like we're not getting faster cast flame strikes sometimes when I'm expecting to. I don't know if... What's the damage on Dragon's Breath? Not that good. So combustion is up again, but we're just gonna... We're gonna stop there. So... Yeah. So very, very low damage on the Fire Mage, or AoE damage. It's trying to cause problems on me. So yeah, we are like flame striking out the wazoo, and it's still just garbage DPS. And this is with the freaking target dummies, which just stand in the flame patch. So we're getting full flame patch value. But like an actual real world scenario, the tank is like moving enemies around and stuff, so you don't realistically actually get full flame patch damage. So I have no idea if there's some way to make a flame strike build for Fire Mage actually work. It used to be there was a way that you could do like there was a talent for flame patch damage, having a chance to put a living bomb on a target. And that was a lot cooler when that was a thing. But that's no longer a thing since they redesigned the Fire Mage talent tree. So yeah, I don't know if Fire Mage is like super bad right now, or if I'm just trying to play in a way that is just not viable. So let's move on though. The Frost Mage is still super strong. Frost Mage absolutely destroys. We are gonna be super screwed though if putting the Ice Wall PvP talent here to see if it lights up. We're gonna be super screwed on that as far as the damage meter goes. Because Ice Lance is increased by I think it's 75% in PvP. They actually buffed that recently. So you see normally here it's doing 14,000 damage to the main target, and then with the splitting ice it does 90% damage to the second target. But they changed it in PvP, so the main one does a lot more damage, but they actually nerfed the splitting ice one. I think. Pretty sure the patch note said that they nerfed the secondary ice lance. Oh, so yeah, if that ends up happening while we're trying to do the DPS on the dummies, then our ice lances are going to be doing ridiculous damage. But yeah, they haven't really done anything to change Frost Mage, except that they buffed Blizzard, I think it was 50%. Because I remember specifically I posted in the forums, they need to buff Blizzard a lot, just like they did with Earthquake on the Elemental Shaman a while back. Because there's no reason for Blizzard not to be strong when it's on a cooldown. Earthquake could be kind of OP if you have like super high Maelstrom generation for the Elemental Shaman. Because then you could put down a lot of them, sort of like how Rain of Fire on the Destruction Warlock used to be a bit OP in very hard target scenarios with that talent where damage of Rain of Fire had a chance to generate soul shards. Then like super high target counts, the Rain of Fire, you just spam Rain of Fire over and over, and it was OP. They removed that part from Destruction Warlock. We'll get to it in like 5 hours from now or something. I really want to get everything done today. So yeah. Frost Mage. Oh, and of course, Mass Barrier nerfed. 3-minute cooldown. Yay! Obviously, a lot of people want to be OP, but as somebody who wants to play all the classes and wants everything to be actually balanced, nerfs on OP stuff are a very good thing. And yeah, we still have to do shifting power, which shifting power helps us get our icy veins back, it helps us get our frozen orb back, and it helps us get charge of flurry back, and we're doing Ray of Frost still. They changed the layout of the talents at the bottom here slightly, I believe. But it's pretty much the same as it was before. So, yeah. Oh, we got the ice wall. So our ice lances are going to be doing too much damage. But yeah, we're just going to go. We could try to like go to like the Stormwind training dummy or something to try to avoid this problem, but we're just going to go. Oh, I'm not sure if Blizzard is now something that you use in single target with the frozen orb. Let's assume it is. With the blizzard damage buff. Oh. What? Oh, I didn't have it on current segment. I was like, what's my damage? Why is it not moving? Alright, our icy veins came back up with cooldown, so that's basically like a full rotation So you see very strong single target damage still. I don't know if our ice wall was up the whole time on that, but that's a couple minutes of frost DK single target DPS. And those numbers seem about right. I don't think we were getting the Ice Lance damage buff. There. Our damage didn't fluctuate that much. I think wasn't in play. But there's a good chance it's gonna come up here. It tends to happen more when I'm doing the cleave training dummies from my experience. Not sure what's the optimal positioning to try to avoid that, but yeah. It's gonna be pretty much we are using the Cone of Cold reset on Frozen Orb and the Comet Storm, so we're doing that. The actual rotation for Frost Mage in AoE is still the same, basically, is you Frozen Orb and then you just spam Ice Lances and you keep Blizzard up. And the Blizzard, when there's 5 targets, the Blizzard basically resets the Frozen Orb cooldown by the time it ends. It can be off by like a couple seconds or something. Yeah, we don't need Flurry. We don't Ray of Frost here. If you were using the Splintering Ray talent, you'd probably use Ray of Frost, but yeah. We're gonna Icy Veins for the haste buff still, but we're not gonna be doing like any frost bolts. So as long as I don't screw something up, it's actually like a super simple rotation, basically. Yeah, at this point we spam Ice Lances, off the cooldown. Forgot about I'm pretty sure that you want to use that was I'm pretty sure that you want to use Glacial Spike. But yeah, generally you just get so many Fingers of Frost procs that you're spamming Ice Lances the whole time, but occasionally you get unlucky with that because it's just a chance to proc from the Frozen Orb damage. So occasionally you can actually run out of those. But yeah, that's gonna be it for Frost Mage. AoE damage. So it's Frost Mage AoE damage has always been a bit on the low side. The Blizzard buff definitely helped it, but it's a lot more about being able to do tons of damage to like the main target with Ice Lance and Glacial Spike. With all the Fingers of Frost procs that you get from Frozen Orb, it's like when there's like one tanky mob and a bunch of weaker mobs, it lets you put down a ridiculous amount of damage on the tanky mob, which is essentially usually more valuable than just an equal amount of AoE damage to all targets. That's really what the Frost Mage's strength is, even if they're not quite as high on the damage meter for AoE damage. They're still that priority target damage is super valuable. So yeah. Fire Mage was meta the past couple seasons of Dragonflight, but like I said, I was bad at that, but Frost Mage was still pretty good that whole time, even without the 50% Blizzard damage. So we're gonna move on now to the next class. Yay! Alright, Brewmaster Monk. There were some changes to the class tree. There were a couple abilities called Chi Wave and Chi Burst that used to be super weak. One of them was an instant cast, and one of them was a hard cast spell. The instant cast one was like a combined chain heal and chain lightning type of thing, similar to the Shadowlands chain harvest shaman covenant necrolord ability. Not necrolord, what are those guys called? The vampire guys. I think it started with a V. I don't remember what they're called. Who cares? The point is, they changed these. So Chi Burst does a lot more damage and healing, but it's not like a regular cooldown spell anymore. And Chi Wave is still much weaker, but it's like a passive thing now. So it's like free extra damage and healing, basically. Is I mean, oh, we're on our Windwalker. We are switching to the Brewmaster here. There's also this new talent, Crashing Momentum, which is cool. Instead of getting your single target snare on enemies, you can get this AoE slow where you roll through enemies and it slows the enemies. So that is super good. Probably, well, I'm not sure which monk spec that's really going to be the best one. I feel like it's going to be really good on Brewmaster Monk if you need to kite enemies. Or if there's enemies that are, what do they call when they're like focused on someone other than you? Fixate. That's the word I'm looking for. Fixated. when they're fixated on somebody, then you can slow them to help keep that other person safe. Obviously, you still leg sweep for the AoE stun. You'll still ring a piece if they are something that can be affected by a ring of peace, but having another tool to deal with fixate can be nice. They also did things like they made paralysis have a talent where you can remove enrage effects with it, which will be useful in very specific dungeons that actually have monsters with enrage effects, but a lot of the time that talent's probably going to be not taken. And then they increased, or they changed the way stuff up here works a little bit as well. So the instant cast Vivify got buffed a lot as far as how you get to it. So it's I wasn't getting it before on the Brewmaster. They did remove, there was a different button, it was called like Healing Elixir, which was like a small heal with like a 30-second cooldown and 2 charges or something. They did get rid of that. We did lose a little bit of healing from that, but now that I can justify getting the instant cast Vivify, I think Brewmaster will be fine still. Because before, I think the pathing required Soothing Mist before, if I recall correctly. And it required like 4 talent points or something. So I was getting it on the Windwalker Monk, but I wasn't getting it on Brewmaster. That may or may not have been the meta choice, but for me, this is a big gain. And then they also did buff Vivify healing, I believe. It definitely got... I know it got buffed for... I think it got buffed for all specs, but it definitely got buffed for Mistweaver. And I think it's gonna get nerfed on Mistweaver as far as the mana cost goes, because they buffed it a lot, like 56% or something like that. But yeah, the mana cost did not go up at all, so it kind of changes the mana cost, the mana dynamic on the Mistweaver Monk. But let's stick with Brewmaster Monk for the moment. They removed Bone Dust Brew from the bottom left corner of the tree, and did a few other changes, but most of the talents are pretty much the same. The Fortifying Brew is... It used to be like over here on the left side. It's over here now. It's still a 6-minute cooldown by default, so we're using the 2-minute cooldown reduction talent here. But 4-minute cooldown is still a very, very long cooldown. So that kind of sucks. I'm getting the other talent for Fortifying Brew over here. So it is like a super strong cooldown for when you actually do use it. But just you can't use it very frequently, so I don't like it. For some reason, Expel Harm is still absurdly weak as far as the amount of healing it gives you. I don't know what their thought process is on that. It does a lot more healing on Mistweaver Monk, like several times more healing. So it's just really, really weird to me that Expel Harm is so low healing here. I think the cooldown is longer on Mistweaver Monk, though. It's like 15 seconds or something instead of 5 seconds. So really the use of Expel Harm is to draw in healing spheres, to my understanding, but I don't know. Seems really weak. If you want to heal yourself, use your instant cast Vivifies, use your Celestial Brew, and yeah, that's about it. Still have the Purifying Brew stagger mechanic and everything. Anything else I want to talk about for Brewmaster Monk? Oh yeah. They did put in so over here we have the still Dampen Harm and Diffuse Magic in the class tree. But they put in this other one, Dance of the Wind. They made this 10% dodge previously, but now it's only 5% dodge. So that got nerfed big time, which was a big disappointment. So I've gone back to Dampen Harm, 5% dodge. Is still okay like some of the time, but when you need to actually survive shit, I think Dampen Harm is gonna generally be better. And then Yu'lon's Grace was like a very it was sort of like what was that called on the Warlock, like Soul Shield or whatever it is, where it just generates a shield over time on your health. But this one is only for magic damage. But they nerfed how quickly that how that replenishes. I believe mostly because of the increased stamina in the War Within. But it used to be like 2% of your max health every 2 seconds, and now it's 1% of your max health every 3 seconds. So yeah, to fill up now it takes 30 seconds, whereas before it took like 10 seconds or whatever. So it got super heavily nerfed. Like then they basically nerfed it on top of the reduction for increased stamina. So not ideal. But I don't, as a tank, I don't know if you really want diffuse magic or not. So I feel like it's probably still better to use Yu'lon's Grace as a Brewmaster, but not the other two monk specs. Oh, and so Brewmaster, since the bottom of the class tree got changed a lot, there's no longer, you can no longer get like the healer statue and the DPS statue and the tank statue. Now the statue's in the middle and it's only the one for your spec. So we get the Black Ox statue, which here on the class tree is definitely better than where it was before. I couldn't really justify getting the Black Ox statue before, even though I really liked it in BFA. The way you put down the Black Ox statue and then you like you can aggro a few of the enemies yourself, and like let your statue tank one or two enemies to kind of like save yourself some damage taken, basically. For when you're doing like Mythic Plus where things actually hit hard. So I do like the gameplay around using Black Ox statue to reduce the amount of incoming damage that you take. So I'm glad to see it more accessible than it was before. But yeah, we can't get the White Tiger statue, which was a bunch of AoE damage. So I feel like the Brewmaster Monk's damage is a bit lacking. But yeah, we'll see what we can do real quick on the target dummies here, but not having high expectations. Oops. Yeah, I don't have exploding keg on a Ikara. But yeah, we'll just kind of see what we can do on the damage. There's definitely different talents that you can do to get more damage if you want. There's also a new Ox Stance thing, but this is more about reducing damage that you take than dealing damage. So I'm not really sure if that's good or not. I feel like based on the description of it, it seems like it's gonna be good for raid, but probably not good for Mythic Plus in dungeons in general. But yeah, let's press some buttons. I forgot. So I changed the build that I used to do. I used to get the thing where you... Let's just stop there. As you can see, single target damage. The other tanks were more like 60k, I believe, on single target damage. So our single target damage isn't good. I don't know how, if I'm even playing my build right though. I'm using Blackout combo in single target for Tiger Palm for plus 100% damage. And we have talents for Tiger Palm has a 50% chance to do double damage. And then we have a talent over here where every time you dodge, your next Tiger Palm or Spinning Crane kick deals 100% damage. But this target dummy is not attacking me, so I can't get any benefit from that talent on the damage. But before I was using Press the Advantage, so I didn't have a Tiger Palm button to press. So I was just spamming Spinning Crane Kick before in single target. As like the filler spell, and that kind of works as far as I'm using Charred Passions over here, where uh, you do extra damage on your Blackout Kick and Spinning Crane Kick. After you use Breath of Fire, basically. So I'm not sure if that has 100% uptime, but it has pretty good uptime. I think it basically has 100% uptime. Because the whole Keg Smash reduces or resets the Breath of Fire cooldown. So Breath of Fire cooldown has a longer cooldown, but you essentially cut it in half when you just Keg Smash Breath of Fire. And then Keg Smash again as soon as Keg Smash is available. So because of that, I think you basically have 100% uptime on Charred Passions. So you have 50% extra Spinning Crane Kick damage at all times. But yeah, pretty sure Tiger Palm for single target damage are. I'm pretty sure I'm correctly using Tiger Palm instead. Correct for my talents, that is. I don't know if the talents are correct, but yeah, not good single target damage, that's for sure. I know the meta previously was to use Dragonfire Brew, which your Breath of Fire does extra damage based on your level of stagger. So when you're in like high mythic plus kind of stuff and you're taking tons of damage, you're at high stagger a lot, and then your Breath of Fire is doing a lot more damage. But on the target dummies, can't really see that happening unless you go to the tank target dummy and wait for it to actually scale up to where it's actually hitting you hard, and then yeah, it's still single target anyways. I don't know what's meta on Brewmaster, but we'll do some AoE damage real quick, but it's pretty much we're gonna be Keg Smash, Breath of Fire. The Blackout combo we want to use on Breath of Fire here if we're trying to just maximize damage. But Blackout combo will get used on the Keg Smash. So we actually have to Keg Smash, then Blackout Kick, then Breath of Fire. So the rotation's a little bit wonky on that. And then after that, we'll be spamming Spinning Crane Kicks till our Keg Smash is off of cooldown again. I don't know if Rising Sun Kick is quite worth using. Because we're gonna have the 50% extra damage on the Spinning Crane Kick. In reality, you'll probably still Rising Sun Kick on whatever like the priority target is, but I was just trying to maximize damage on the training dummy. I don't know. Okay. This. That. Yeah, and I screwed that up. So yeah, like I said, the rotation a bit more wonky here. We also do kind of run into energy problems. So very, very low AoE damage here on the Brewmaster. I don't know if there's much you can really do about that. We are still missing our double damage on the spinning crane kick for whenever we dodge an enemy attack, which happens very often when you're being attacked by multiple enemies at once. So we still would have significantly more spinning crane kick damage, but I still think Brewmaster is very, very far behind on the damage. It might be meta that people are going for different talents to try to get a little bit more damage out, but I don't think these do that much in the grand scheme of things. The one that would be more useful is probably just the in general the keg smash upgrade here. I decided to go more on the defensive talents, but you could get a little bit more keg smash damage. But yeah, still, I think Brewmaster needs a lot more damage to really be competitive on with other tanks, basically. Let's move on. We spent probably way too much time on here. We have a long ways to go. So, Mistweaver Monk. Let's see. Let's just go over the slide bullet points real quick. As mentioned in the Brewmaster Monk, Chi Wave and Chi Burst got reworked. This one is still, so these don't work the same on each spec. So Chi Burst is still like a regular cooldown hardcast one. Chi Wave is I believe basically the same as the Brewmaster, though. It's just massive when you Rising Sun kick or Vivify. So it's yeah, as before. Better stuff in the class tree. We still got the Crashing Momentum, which, yeah, obviously slowing enemies can be very useful sometimes. They reduce the cooldown of Jadefire Stomp, which is nice. Jadefire Stomp has always been an issue in that if you use it and then stuff dies or the tank moves enemies out of it or whatever, before you can get a proc on the cooldown reset of Jadefire Stomp, then you don't always have it when you need it at the next fight location. So reducing the cooldown of Jadefire Stomp just helps a lot. As far as the whole Fistweaver gameplay, they kind of consolidated Mistweaver gameplay a little bit more into the bottom left corner. Ancient Teachings used to be more like over here somewhere, where you could kind of do a bit of a hybrid Mistweaver caster playstyle, where you would use Essence Font to activate ancient teachings so that you could get a little bit of healing out of your Rising Sun kicks and your Blackout kicks, I think. Yeah. And technically Tiger Palm as well. But they removed Essence Font. So Essence Font is... Oh, I keep forgetting the corner of the screen down here is blocked by the slideshow. Oops. But yeah, Essence Font got removed. I really liked Essence Font. If you don't know what Essence Font was, it was like you hold this little green orb above your head and all these little things shoot out of it at random allies. And they do a small heal and a heal over time. And they also buffed your Mastery Gust of Mists on any target that they hit while that heal over time was going. So yeah, that whole thing is no longer in existence, which is a bit unfortunate. A lot of it is just the animation of the spell I really liked. But yeah. So they certainly changed Mistweaver up a little bit. They still have that weird Shaylin's gift thing on the right side where you're like slowly generating clouds constantly, and then you press the button to absorb all the clouds and it heals your allies an amount per cloud consumed. So it's like, it's basically a AoE heal that it's not AoE, it's like a multi-target heal, but it's kind of a AoE heal that you can use before max charges if you want to get a little bit of value out of it, but ultimately it was kind of like a long cooldown AoE heal. But yeah. I was not a fan of that ability. So I've gone more to the full Mistweaver build. But like I said previously, they did buff Vivify like 56% or something. So Vivify got really strong, but they didn't increase the mana cost. So like if you look at the amount of healing Vivify does and the mana cost compared to Enveloping Mist, Vivify actually trounces Enveloping Mist now. Once upon a time, Vivify was actually a very mana inefficient spell because they had the thing where Vivify heals all your allies with Renewing Mist on it. So, specifically for raid kind of situations, I think is what they were mainly worried about, was that they didn't want it being super mana efficient in raids for you to be doing lots of Renewing Mist plus Vivify healing. So it used to be super mana inefficient, but now now it's not. But I really do think they will probably, I think they should. Whether or not they actually do it remains to be seen, but I think they should increase the mana cost of Vivify. Now the healing that you get out of this is not nearly as much as it used to be. It used to be like it heals all of them for the full amount of the Vivify, I believe. But now it's just like a small fraction. It was relatively more before, but they didn't buff this when they buffed Vivify. So it used to be like a quarter of the Vivify healing, and now it's like a sixth of the Vivify healing. So that component of your healing has gone down quite a lot compared to what it used to be. So it's probably not really a factor anymore as far as how they decide the mana cost, but just for the Vivify itself, I think they probably are gonna want to increase the mana cost. We still got the mana tea here on the Mistweaver, which is like a relatively new thing. It's not a button I ever find myself needing to press, but that is certainly something that would be more likely to be pressed in a raid situation. What else do we got? Enveloping Mist and Renewing Mist are pretty weak. You kind of get like secondary benefits from them, but if you look at the actual healing amounts on them, it like feels really bad pressing Renewing Mist, basically. 40,000 healing when you compare it to the new 128,000 healing Vivify. This is over 20 seconds. It takes 20 seconds to heal 5% of my health. That's like super weak. And then similar for Enveloping Mist. Enveloping Mist does more healing at a much faster pace. It's 60,000 healing over 6 seconds, but still it's half as much healing as the Vivify, so it's like the mana cost is very high. So they've kind of forced you into the situation where you only press Enveloping Mist in a more desperate situation, where you need to do a lot of single target healing quickly. So you press Enveloping Mist for the 30% healing buff. So yeah, and then you have to obviously, to make that worthwhile, you have to basically spam Vivify during that time. So typically you'd be using that. Well, you can use it with like Mistweaver stuff, and it'll I assume it works with Mistweaver healing procs type stuff, but as a caster Mistweaver, you would be doing your Soothing Mist so that you can get the instant cast Enveloping Mist, and then instant cast Vivifies to do a lot of single target healing in a short amount of time. Obviously, we still got Life Cocoon. I love the Life Cocoon talents. Life Cocoon is great. It got nerfed. But it's still a very strong defensive ability. It got nerfed like 40% or something. But the cocoon itself is good, but also it applies Renewing Mist and Enveloping Mist to the target with this talent here. So Yeah. The absorb on it is good, but it's not the only good thing about it. Let's see. Anything else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, the so yeah, as I mentioned, the single target healing. The I hated the Jade Serpent statue when I was in the bottom left corner, but I feel like it's more justifiable getting it now. Um, so kind of the single target healing with this one is that you channel your Soothing Myths, as I said, as I was saying outside, and then you Enveloping Mist and spam Vivify, and like you get tons of healing on that target. And that's kind of the basic thing, and then we still have Thunder Focus T, so uh as a Fistweaver kind of character, usually I'm using this on Rising Sun Kick, but I've got Tea of Plenty down here, so it'll also empower randomly to Enveloping Mist, Expel Harm, or Rising Sun Kicks. So if it gets more Rising Sun Kicks, great. Oh, and we're using the talent for it, empowering 2 spells instead of 1. So it gets a total of 4 spells empowered when I press that button, which is great, but 2 of them are random from these choices. So the Expel Harm one is actually pretty good if you use it on Expel Harm. Because like I said on the Brewmaster, Expel Harm is way more powerful on the Mistweaver for the amount of healing it does, but you see here it has a 15-second cooldown. But also, if that Thunder Focus T of Plenty thing procs for Expel Harm, the Chi Cocoon that it puts on you is really good as well. So I actually have a Wikara. I have a Wikara for Tea of Plenty so that I see if it procs on Expel Harm, or also if it procs on Enveloping Mist. Then I know that I might want to press those buttons. So yeah, like if I press that right now, this icon here is for the Expel Harm Chi Cocoon. So we get a good shield out of that, and then this other one is for the instant cast Enveloping Mist with the extra heal up front. So Wikara's very helpful for that. Oh, I keep forgetting that stupid thing is being hidden. That section of the talent tree is being hidden by the slideshow. I considered maybe I should have moved the slideshow to a different portion of the screen, but yeah, it's gonna block something unless I make it smaller, no matter what I do. Okay. And yeah, so yeah, Fistweaver part, still basically the same as it was before. In single target, you're trying to do Rising Sun kicks and Blackout kicks as much as possible. And then in AoE, you're basically just spamming Spinning Crane Kick, because Spinning Crane Kick heals 3 nearby enemies for 90% of the damage done. And yeah, we have that chance to make Spinning Crane Kick do 4 times damage, so particularly when that happens, you definitely want a Spinning Crane Kick, even if it's in single target. So yeah, we can get like lots of healing done just spamming Spinning Crane Kick in these types of situations. But in practice, you gotta do a little bit of targeted healing, uh, either on the tank or on other people in the party when they are taking some damage, or sometimes even on yourself. But the expel harm thing is actually like super useful in those situations when you yourself are taking damage. They actually, I do like the talent now for Gust of Mist has 30% chance to do 150% more healing, because there's a new talent over here where Rising Kick actually does a Gust of Mist on 2 nearby allies. So Gust of Mist is actually like when you're actually spec'd into all that stuff, that all like synergizes really well right now. So I'm kind of afraid that they're gonna nerf. They're gonna probably like nerf Gust of Mist or something. Uh, but it really remains to be seen. Once once we get to actual harder content, and I still have no idea what the hero talents actually are. So, but yeah, Mistweaver still uh very high on my healer tier list. Basically, I don't have a actual official tier list, but just in my head, Mistweaver is very strong still. Now we switch to Windwalker. Windwalker got some weird changes. We'll talk about, as mentioned in the previous ones, we now have crashing momentum where we can snare enemies by rolling through them. I love it. Vivacious Vivicate, the instant cast Vivify every 10 seconds. That one is easier to get to, so that's a big buff to the talent tree. And yeah, we get the chi wave thing where we get the little chain heal, chain damage thing. Uh so just kind of some extra usefulness from that. And I'm also very happy that they actually removed the, I always call it AoE touch of death, but it was like hard capped at like 4 targets or 5 targets or whatever. But they removed that because that was really goofy. How you did like half your group's damage every 3 monster packs or whatever it was. It was like, assuming you did it right and you are on like sufficiently difficult content, that yeah, it did like just absurd amounts of damage whenever you were able to press that button. So yeah, I'm glad that's gone, but now without that, I feel like the touch of death talents are only really worthwhile on the Brewmaster, because uh the touch of death is doing a percent of your health as damage. I feel like Brewmaster is the only one that you want to get that Touch of Death talent on for the so that you can use it on bosses, and then the other one here to reduce its cooldown. It does have this thing where it increases your damage by 5% for 30 seconds, but it's like you still have to basically to be able to use this, you still basically have to get the other Touch of Death talent, so you're looking at 5% damage for 30 seconds out of 90-second cooldown. As a 2 talent point investment, it's not that great. If you're really desperate for damage, I guess you could get it. Anyways, Windwalker Monk, they did remove Serenity, which was a big bummer. Serenity was a very high damage cooldown. Because it reduced your cooldowns of like Fist of Fury and Rising Sun Kick. And I think Strike of the Windlord also. I don't remember exactly how it worked. I think it was like reduces the cooldown of all your chi spenders or something. By some massive amount, by like 75% or something. It was something like that. Oh, and also they were free, so you didn't have to be pressing Tiger Palm between them. And then the other thing is they nerfed Invoker's Delight, which was after you use Swen the White Tiger, you got this big haste buff. So you use that with Serenity, and then you just ridiculously popped off for the duration of Serenity. And then, of course, the Tiger did some damage. That was like a percent of your damage. So the Tiger was like a multiplier on top of that. And it was just absurd burst damage on the Windwalker Monk. But yeah, they nerfed. So I think it was like 25% haste before for 20 seconds after you summon the Tiger. But now it's only 15% haste. Now, for 20 seconds, that's still pretty good. But it's definitely a super big nerf, and it just makes me a lot more hesitant to even take Swen the White Tiger. So currently, I'm not even spec'd into him. I might go back to it. But yeah. I still don't like that they have Jadefire Stomp down here. There is like a passive Jadefire Stomp thing where Fist of Fury puts a Jadefire Stomp on the ground, but the Jadefire Stomp doesn't have like mechanics to it in the same way that it does for the Mistweaver Monk, so I feel like it's just a really weird thing. Oh, and yeah, if you don't know, they renamed Feline Stomp from Shadowlands to Jadefire Stomp. So yeah, they tried to get rid of the Shadowlands implications of spells like that, and like the shifting power on the mage used to be some kind of nature damage bullshit, which just did not make sense on a mage. So they kind of incorporated certain things better into the classes these days. But yeah, I still don't see why a Windwalker even has that. They also put a Crackling Jade Lightning chains to multiple targets now. So with the Last Emperor's Capacitor, you can actually do pretty good multi-target damage with it. But it does take a little while to charge up the Last Emperor's Capacitor, so it's not I like playing around with it, but I don't think it's that good. These chi spenders increase the damage. And of course that's dependent on your ability to generate chi. Windwalker Monk does have a little bit of problems. Or sometimes you're waiting on energy, and it really sucks when that's the case. But yeah, let's just do some damage. So kind of our priorities on damage are going to be Fist of Fury and Rising Sun Kick and Strike of the Windlord. And then Whirling Dragon Punch, of course, when we have those Rising Sun Kick and Fist of Fury on cooldown. And then we'll do a bit of Blackout Kick, and then of course we have to press Tiger Palm to generate chi for all those other abilities. Well, Whirling Dragon Punch is free, but the rest of them are not. And then we might get procs on Spinning Crane Kick for that doing lots of damage, so we will keep an eye on that. But yeah. And then we'll be Storm, Earth, and Firing. I think we're just going to Storm, Earth, and Fire once. It has 2 charges, but I like to do a 1 cycle test on the target dummies. So I don't want to do like a 2-minute test and then get 2 Storm, Earth, and Fires. Or I would actually get 3 if I were to actually use it as much as possible. So yeah, we're just going to use 1 Storm, Earth, and Fire. We're going to do a 1.5 test on the target dummy, and we'll see what we get. But I think Windwalker is okay. We do have PvP thing activated right now. That could be a bit of annoyance. We'll see. Are getting a lot of these Spinning Crane Kick proc. That's kind of interesting. Oh, and I think it's new. There's like a thing where your Blackout Kick, you can proc a free use of Blackout Kick. That's a little purple dot on my screen when that happens. So I find that interesting. Okay. I'm gonna go just a little bit longer here. Oh, actually, our thing is off of cooldown. So let's call it there for the DPS meter, and you can see It was probably largely from we're getting lots and lots of spinning crane kick procs. I don't know how lucky we were getting there. Like, I don't know what the actual proc rate is. So that might have been slightly on the unusually high DPS side of things. I've noticed before, though, that it feels like the proc rate on that has been kind of high recently. So they might have buffed it. I'm not really sure. But anyways, let's do some AoE damage. So AoE is a little bit different. Obviously, we're going to be doing lots of spinning crane kicks. But there is this thing on spinning crane kick. It's a pain in the ass to really make use of it, but spinning crane kick's damage is increased by 18% for each unique target you've struck in the last 20 seconds with Tiger Palm Blackout Kick or Rising Sun Kick, stacks up to 5 times. So we actually need to target between these guys to get a little debuff on each of them to maximize our spinning crane kick damage. So that part of Windwalker Monk is not something I typically am putting an effort to doing in a dungeon, but to actually figure out how much DPS this class or this spec can actually do, we need to try to do that. And then yeah, we have like extra blackout kick stuff that procs, and we have the thing. Where is it? Blackout strikes, two extra targets at 70% effectiveness. So we're gonna do a little bit of blackout kicking. I'm not sure if there's actually any reason to Rising Sun Kick. I don't think there is. I think you want to spend all your chi on spinning crane kick, basically. So, but yeah, that's pretty much what we're gonna be trying to focus on. So, but yeah, we're still gonna have Fist of Fury, of course. Whoops. That's not right. Don't want that. Alright, I got another Windlord. Another Fist of Fury. Oh, and we have our... There we go. There's our last Emperor's Capacitor. I wasn't paying attention to that, so we might have had that for a while. And you see we are running into energy problems at this point. So that sucks. But that's our cycle of AoE DPS. So it took a little bit to get out of combat there, but it's very, very good damage when it's working right. Yeah. I'm not sure if I should be blackout kicking more. We do have the the free blackout kick procs are pretty good, and then the teachings in the monastery. Blackout causes, or sorry, Tiger Palm causes your next blackout kick to strike an additional time, stacking up to 4. I think you generally want to blackout kick when that gets to 4 stacks, but I don't keep a close eye on that per se. So I'm not sure if it's optimal to just wait for the free blackout kick procs, or it's possible that you get like some back-to-back blackout kick procs and then it's not worth using. Even though it's free, it might not be worth using if you don't have very many stacks of teachings in the monastery. So it's one of those things that you'd really want to do more testing with with the sims. Whenever the sims are fully up to date, to figure out when you should be blackout kicking in multi-target situations. Of course, if there's fewer enemy targets, there's probably going to be more likely that you blackout kick more often because spinning crane kick's going to be doing less damage, but yeah, as it is, I'm not really sure. All I know is spinning crane kick, especially when you get the procs and are properly applying the debuff so that it gets the 18% multiplier times 5, is when you really get tons of spinning crane kick damage. We do see here the Crackling Jade Lightning did end up being 5.4% of our damage. Totally forgot to use that in single target. But yeah, I don't know exactly how long it actually takes to build that up all the way. It's 20 stacks. I think each chi spender gives you 1 stack no matter how much chi you spent. So I think you would basically want to cast how many times, or count how many times you cast your chi spenders. This would be like 21 and 25. And 27. Oh, we actually Rising Sun kicked twice accidentally. 29. So yeah, we got like 1.5. Last Emperor's capacitor thing. So yeah. Basically per minute of combat you get like 1 use of that. Is with the talents is pretty good in AoE. I don't think well, let's see. We'll click off the buff there. Without that, it does, let's say we'll round up to 5,000 damage, and then each stack is gonna be 10,000 more damage basically for 20 times 10,000, 200,000. How much did it do here? So it should have done like 1,000,000 damage. Yeah, it did 1.5 million damage. Because of crits, it does more, obviously, on average. Alright. Yeah, in single target, it would have done a few 100,000 damage. So very much worth pressing still in single target once you get all the stacks up. But well, what was our damage on single target? Our total damage. Yeah, so it would have been like 3% of our damage, I think, on single target. And that was in a minute and a half, so yeah, that's let's see, 10, 15, 27, 37, 39. So we actually would have had basically 2 uses of it in single target. So we actually would have had twice as much damage. So it would have been like closer to 7% of our single target damage. That's actually very interesting. If I did the math right. Anyways, Windwalker Monk's looking interesting. Is definitely doing perfectly fine on the damage. Unlike some of these other specs that we've done so far today, like the Arcane Mage and the Fire Mage. Those ones are... I mean, the Arcane Mage was okay in single target, but not AoE. And then Fire Mage. Possibly skill issue, but Fire Mage is feeling really bad. But, I mean, Fire Mage felt really bad before. And that was... skill issues kind of stuff. Part of it is, though, I never played with, like, the tier set stuff. And, like, all enchants on your gear type of stuff, so... I don't know how much Fire Mage was in the meta because of things like that, which, and then also maybe with like really high levels of gear, the secondary stats made it scale better. So it's also one of those things where it could have been that I am trying to make it work at a level where it's really bad. I'm not saying that's an excuse for like the game designers though. If a spec feels really bad like that, then at like lower gear levels, then people are gonna quit unless they look up YouTube videos and stuff and are like, oh my god, Fire Mage is super OP once you get all the good gear. And then they play Frost Mage until they actually get to that level. Alright. Yeah, time to move on to Paladin. I need to take a quick bathroom break though. And then we will continue on our journey to get through all the classes. And I really am, even if it takes like 8 hours, we're gonna definitely finish this today. But I might separate it into a third video so that I can like properly get dinner between. But quick break. Okay. The Holy Paladin is I think looking pretty good. So they didn't change a lot, but they did remove Glimmer. So Glimmer was the thing where when you Holy Shock something, it puts this little glimmer buff on them, and then whenever you Holy Shock again, if you Holy Shock an enemy, all the enemies with Glimmer are going to take some amount of damage, and then any allies with Glimmer take some amount of healing. So it was kind of more of a design for Holy Paladins and Raid, where they Holy Shock a lot of different targets, so that Glimmer's on a lot of different targets, and then you get a lot of healing out of Glimmer, basically. But I think the gameplay of that was really weird, and also Holy Shock was just very undertuned. The Holy Shock spell itself was very undertuned because of a lot of its value came from Glimmer. So like on the healing meters, Glimmer was usually about equal to Holy Shock. So they ended up removing Glimmer, and Holy Shock is better than it used to be. It did get nerfed in the second set of the War Within pre-patch changes, though, so they thought it was overperforming, and then they nerfed it. Unfortunate, but that's how it is. But yeah, there are some things I still don't like about Holy Paladin. First of all, it's still dependent on critting with Holy Shock to get the Infusion of Light buff. So, Infusion of Light gives you mana cost reduction on Flash of Light, which is not very useful. Because Flash of Light's already your cheap heal. Unlike Resto Shaman and Holy Priest, in those cases your quick casting heal is like your more mana expensive heal. But on the Holy Paladin, the Holy Light is your longer cast bigger heal, but that one actually is way more mana inefficient. Yeah, Infusion of Light reducing mana cost of Flash of Light is kind of useless. However, increasing healing on Holy Light by 150% is very useful. But really that's to the point that you don't... They actually nerfed Holy Light in pre-patch notes. I don't know if there's some... I heard whispers of some hero talents for Holy Light, which is why they nerfed it. But basically, it's definitely at the point where... Well, they also reduced the cast time on it, I should mention. So to be fair, it got healing nerf, but it did get a cast time buff. But the mana cost on it is just so ridiculous. There's no reason to actually cast it without the Infusion of Light buff on it. So, like you see, currently 61,000 healing, and then if I get Infusion of Light, then it goes up to 153,000 healing. So yeah. Infusional light, very important if you want to cast Holy Light whatsoever. And then the other thing Infusional Light does is Greater Judgment prevents an additional 150% damage dealt by the target. So you should probably be getting the Greater Judgment talent, which is Judgment deems the target unworthy, preventing the next 30,000 damage dealt by the target. So I use it on that quite a lot. But I think you kind of get more value out of it on Holy Light. But if you don't need that much healing, perfectly good to use on Judgment. We are using the talent down here. Infusion of Light has one extra charge. So otherwise you only get one stack of Infusion of Light when your Holy Shot crits. And because we don't have a 100% crit chance, I have 31% crit chance, but there's a talent that increases the crit chance on Holy Shock, but I don't know if there's another one. Crit? Yeah, I think it's only this 8% crit chance on Holy Shock, so we got 2 Holy Shock charges, but you can cast a couple of them and still not get your Infusion of Light, so in some situations, things go very poorly because you're just not getting the proc there that you need so that you're so that you can do big Holy Light healing. Because just spamming Flash of Light is not much healing per second. So yeah, I am playing talents for Avenging Crusader, which is some people call it melee wings. It's basically like the Mistweaver Monk's fist weaving style of gameplay, where you do a bunch of passive healing by doing damage. But it's a 1-minute cooldown, 15 seconds duration, so it you don't have super high uptime like you do with the Jade Fire Stomp. So hello? Oh. We like DC'd or something for a second there. So looks like I actually have an issue with my I think I know what it was. Yeah, I think I got an issue with my my weak aura for Hammer of Wrath. I'll fix it at a later time. But yeah, basically it didn't end up healing these guys over here, which I thought it would. But yeah. It does a bunch of healing. Oh, actually, maybe it was healing me and it'll be under overhealing. No. Maybe it was only trying to target me, but I wasn't injured. Because it splits it among injured allies, so... Yeah. I don't know exactly how good that is, but I like it as a playstyle a lot more than trying to be more of a caster paladin. So I go for that on the talents, but I'm not getting the Holy Shot cooldown reduction stuff, and I'm not getting the crit chance thing over here for those ones are a lot better for doing more Holy Shock Infusion of Light stuff so that you can cast lots of Holy Lights to do better single target healing. This is more smart healing stuff, which sometimes is not what you want. So yeah, I'm also doing like the Veneration one, which Hammer of Wrath heals allies based on the amount of damage dealt, so it's something where you're actually in a real world situation, you're actually going around targeting low health enemies to use your Hammer of Wrath, and keeps the gameplay more interesting. I do like Holy Prism. It did get nerfed a bit in the last round of patches, I believe, but it's still pretty good as far as just a instant cast heal on an ally with a little bit of AoE damage, or you cast it on an enemy and you get a little bit of AoE healing. Either way, it's well, not true AoE, but multi-target. Either way, it's pretty good ability. Tears Deliverance, you need the second talent to extend it. The second talent is like more value than the ability up front. The first one. A lot of the times on these sort of things, the ability is more valuable than the talent, or the talent like cuts the cooldown in half type of thing. So they're like equal value type of generally. But in this case, Tears Deliverance is normally a 20-second duration, but you can extend it up to 40 seconds. Well, I haven't actually tested that. I think it's plus 40 seconds and not 40 seconds total. If it's 40 seconds total, then they're like equal value on the points. So, but if it's, I think it's a minute total, in which case you get essentially 3 times the healing with the 2 points than the 1 point. But that's also smart healing, but yeah, it's it comes out to a lot of healing. It's a very good cooldown. But again, smart healing does not always heal the target that you need to heal. Sometimes one person is dying or like a lot closer to dead than other people, and the smart healing does not like prioritize them or anything, so you have to still do some manually targeted healing to make sure they don't die. Okay, and then Beacon of Light got nerfed, and I am perfectly fine with Beacon of Light getting nerfed, because I felt like the single target healing of paladins was a little weak with regards to a significant amount of your healing ends up being through your beacons. So but that means they had to essentially the single target healing was worse because they had to like take that into account. So by nerfing beacon, it lets them tune like Holy Shock and Flash of Light, and Holy Light to be a little bit better than they otherwise could be, or otherwise would be. But the patch notes, from what I saw, they said that Beacon of Light was nerfed from 25% healing to 15% healing. But when I was looking at the other day, if we actually take out these points... Oh, actually, I think I might do a separate... Oh, no. We're gonna take out points here. Don't want to screw up my talent build. So, if we look at it, says Beacon of Light heals the ally for 10%. It's supposed to be 15%, so it should actually be healing for 50% more than it does according to the patch notes. So either there was like another stealth nerf, or they accidentally nerfed it the wrong amount, or they just put the wrong value in the patch notes. I'm not really sure, but I hope they figure that out. So 10% is not very good, but the talent here adds 10%. So because of this is an additive thing, and then the other ones are just a multiplier type of thing. So we're not actually losing 50% in practice. We're getting 20% instead of 25%. And I did like check the combat log and tested this too. To make sure the values were actually matching the tooltip. But yeah, we're actually missing, essentially we should have 25% more beacon healing with this talent than we currently do. So it's I don't know if they're gonna fix that, or they're gonna leave it at the base 10% or what, but I just am not a fan of things not matching the patch notes or not matching the tooltip. Both of those very, very bad for trying to plan your build and stuff. So yeah, that's basically it for the oh, I didn't actually mention this bulk, but holy power spenders do still seem weak, as far as they did buff Word of Glory and Light of the Dawn a little bit, but they still seem pretty low to me. It's hard to say though, because you look at the tooltip, and Word of Glory is less than that Vivify on the Mistweaver, but then if you take into account Mastery, well, I mean, Mistweaver does get the Mastery Gust of Mists on the Vivify, but just looking at Vivify itself, the mastery on the Holy Paladin is increased healing based on how close your target is. But there's also a talent that makes it, if they are closer to your beacon of light, then they'll use that distance instead. So, you get more healing than the tooltip says. But still, for Light of the Dawn, your allies are not going to be grouped up this much in unless you're in a raid, basically. So the healing on Light of the Dawn is I think it's way too weak for general situations. I really think they need to buff it a lot, but they need to like buff it baseline a lot, but have it like nerfed in raid type of thing. Like a reduced healing beyond 5 targets, or have it heal like the closest 5 targets, or I'm not sure exactly the best way to do it. They might have some kind of like engine limitations on exactly how they can do it with how it affects the mastery, like as far as trying to give it optimal value. You don't want it to heal like the 5 farthest targets away or something with the way the mastery works. They might have hard capped it for a reason at 5 targets instead of having a soft cap. Like normal AoE heals. But I really think they need to do a lot more to make it more viable in dungeons. It's kind of like you have to have a group of melee to really get good value out of it. But yeah. It's yeah, one of the more fun healers, I think. But that's specifically doing the Avenging Crusader melee wings. Because I just really hate relying on the Holy Shock crits. See, we just cast 2 Holy Shocks and didn't get a crit, so we didn't get the Infusion of Light, so things can go poorly. Let's move on. Protection Paladin. Here we go. Protection Paladin did not get much on the changes. It got the standard damage buff and a little bit of survivability nerfs like all the other tanks did. And they tweaked a couple of talents, but ultimately it's still very focused on Bulwark of Order, where Avenger's Shield also shields you based on the amount of damage dealt, which in turn, like this, like forces you into certain Avenger Shield talents, and then Divine Toll as well, if you're doing anything outside of single target boss fights, like a single target raid boss. You need the Divine Toll because it just shoots out 5 shields, which does lots of damage, which gives you a big shield on yourself. If we run in here and we use it real quick on the leave target dummies, we will see this thing giving us? Yeah, just a whole bunch of shielding. It actually threw shields at farther away targets, which then didn't bounce here. So we really wanted it like all on the cleave training dummies. So that was not a very good example. But yeah, it's like a big defensive cooldown as well as offensive in AoE situations when you are doing Divine Toll with the appropriate talents. So yeah, but that's nothing new. That's just something I don't like, that Protection Paladin is very based around that. I wish there was more I wish there was more going on with the other abilities, like Judgment or the regular melee attack. You have to get one of these. A lot of people get Blessed Hammer for dungeon stuff because it does AoE damage and it reduces damage that the enemies hit deal to you. So in AoE situations, it does a significant amount of reduction of incoming damage. But I like Hammer of the Righteous. If you're in your consecration, it still does AoE damage, but more importantly, it is just way more single target damage than Blessed Hammer is. So it doesn't give you the incoming damage reduction, but I like having single target damage to some degree. But we're still... This is still not a single target damage kind of thing. And yeah, there's a little bit of new stuff in the tree, but not anything I'm super excited about. So we'll hit target dummy real quick here. But it's not... It's this spec I find like super boring to play. I'm not a fan of like Blood Decay or Vengeance Demon Hunter either. I feel like Brewmaster is a little more interesting. Guardian Druid's pretty boring also. Like in general, I don't really like how the tank specs play, except for Protection Warrior. The one good thing Paladin did have going for it was Word of Glory healing on allies was super strong. But it did get nerfed at one point, and the talent that let you the one over here, Bastion of Light, you used to be able to spam a few holy power spenders in a row. So you could use it to spam some Shield of Righteousnesses. But the damage on this is really not very good. But your alternative, though... Oh, by the way, I don't have a 476 weapon here for Prop Paladin. The damage... sorry. Yeah, the damage on Shield of Righteous is pretty weak. It's more about the armor buff. And it does a little bit of AoE damage, so it's like... does help a little bit for maintaining aggro, but it's more about Avenger Shield and Consecration for AoE situations. But yeah, what you could use the Bastion of Light thing for was you could just spam a few Word of Glories really quick. So like when your team gets chunked by a boss fight, you just press that button and then you do a few Word of Glories in a row, and it just really helped out the healer immensely in difficult situations. But now that's no longer a thing. So yeah, we will. Hit this thing a little bit, but we are getting a little extra damage than you generally would in practice, since we are since we're using all of our holy power on Shield of the Righteous, where in reality you would use some of it on Word of Glory. This icon here is actually that it's like every 5 Shield of the Righteousnesses you get a free. Oh, I didn't know the stacks. That's interesting. That might be new. I need to actually update my weaker for that. That's like a really big deal, actually. I really don't know if that's new, but my current weaker doesn't show the stacks on that. Alright, we're almost done here. I keep forgetting to redo the consecration. That's definitely a mistake. I don't think I don't remember if there's any damage buff kind of thing that you get from a consecration. I don't think there is. But just there's some globals that we just have nothing to do. So I definitely missed out on several consecration casts, but it's not really going to add that much damage. This is going to be like 2% more damage or something. Unless there's other mechanic that I'm forgetting. While in your consecration, there's like a healing effect, and there's also well, there's the AoE damage up here. But yeah, I don't have these other talents, which would make things a little bit different. So, and then part of your mastery is while inside your consecration, your damage taken is reduced, but yeah, none of that really would make any difference for the damage. So it feels like Prot Paladin is like, even with the single target up here, is still behind on the single target damage compared to some of the other tanks. Because keep in mind, that's still with us spamming Shield of the Righteous like as much as possible. Shield of This is a talent up here. We could have got a little more. Shield of the Righteous, but yeah, if you're not pressing Shield of the Righteous, your damage is going to be even lower. So if you're not taking Hammer of the Righteous, you're taking Blessed Hammer, single target damage is going to be even lower. So it's like definitely feels like Prot Paladin's massively missing on the single target damage. We can hit the AoE target dummies real quick here. But so we definitely are putting a little more effort here on making sure that the consecration stays up. These things on the side here are my weak aura that tells me that I'm standing in my consecration. So when that goes down is when it's time to cast a new consecration. I'm not sure if I have a PvP. We do have a PvP talent active here. So I don't know what's all getting buffed or nerfed here on the Protection Paladin for PvP mode, but oh, that's it for that. So yeah, definitely a little more decent on the AoE damage for Prot Paladin. Not very good still. And yeah, as usual, I haven't been playing the tank specs in harder content since the changes, so I don't know really where the Prot Paladin lies on like survivability. It's yeah, not sure. Yeah, I think we're good to move on to Retribution Paladin. Retribution Paladin has issues. We're gonna start off with, well, first of all, I feel like Retribution Paladin got way too much talent power creep. So I mentioned this in the first videos. There were certain underperforming talents that you had to get anyways that were buffed. Is some power creep, and also some talent points that you got anyways, which were crappy 2 talent point ones. Became 1 point talents. So I think that happened over here in the Ret talent tree in a couple spots. I know it happened here. I And this got changed a little bit. It used to be a 2 talent point that I spent 1 point in, if I recall correctly. But I'm not sure if it happened here, but generally we get more stuff at the bottom of the tree now, which I feel like is a big power creep issue. Part of that is that Wake of Ashes now applies the dot by default. You don't have to go down farther for the dot thing. At least this used to be like down here, I think. And then there were 2 talents for Wake of Ashes. One of them was the extra swipes, and then the other one was the damage over time, and both were very good talents. But now the damage over time is built into Wake of Ashes, so you're like saving a talent point there basically. And yeah. So ultimately, you kind of used to be able to get either this one, which is the AoE damage one, or the single target one. But now you can get both of those and kind of still come out well in here. Because I don't think the talents for the Final Reckoning or Execution Sentence are that important. You probably go for a single target, like heavy build, you'd probably go the Execution Sentence with the Execution Sentence duration, because 4 extra seconds on an 8-second thing with a 30-second cooldown is like, this is a lot more value on Execution Sentence than it is on Final Reckoning. But the other talent, well, I mean, you kind of have the same thing here though. Execution Sentence just gets a lot more value out of Holy Power, granted, than Final Reckoning, just because it has a much shorter cooldown. So you get like twice the value out of this for Execution Sentence. So, I don't know, it's hard to say. But, yeah. Oh, that part of the screen is blocked, isn't it? Yeah. Basically, Rep Paladin gets more powerful talents than they did before, but that's not the real problem. The real problem is there's a couple bugged talents. The first one is the Blade of Vengeance. I don't know if they did this before. I wasn't using this talent before. But the Blade of Vengeance is Blade of Justice does AoE damage, but that is currently applying the Expurgation dot, which is part of what's giving Ret Paladin a ton of AoE damage right now. But they put in a new alternative talent to that. There was a different alternative talent to it, but they moved it over here somewhere. Empyrean Legacy. So I was using that talent before instead of the AoE Blade of Justice to have more single target damage, but now it's not a choice between those. But the new talent, Holy Flames, spreads your Expurgation dot. But if you take that, you're no longer applying Expurgation in AoE. It just goes back to single target on the Expurgation dot. So your Expurgation damage actually ends up like way lower than if you than if you take this other talent. So there's essentially there's no way it's intended that Blade of Vengeance applies Expurgation on all targets hit. So that's bug number 1. Bug number 2. Well, part of the problem though is not a bug, but it's a design change where expurgation now, the damage over time, if you cast Blade of Justice and they already have expurgation on them, the damage adds to the existing expurgation. Sorry, the damage of the existing expurgation adds to the remaining damage adds to the new one. So it's like it kind of slowly ramps up the DPS over time of expurgation, and essentially it never gets wasted by casting multiple Blades of Justice in a row. So the problem of the problem just kind of stacks up with the AoE expurgation. But the actual broken part is that Art of War is your auto attacks have a chance to reset the cooldown of Blade of Justice. This, combined with Crusading Strikes, replaces Crusader Strike to cause your auto attacks to do stuff, but then the combination of those with the Blessed Champion talent makes your Crusader Strike hit additional targets. That in effect causes your auto attacks to hit 5 targets total. And that is actually causing Art of War to reset your Blade of Justice far more often than it should be being reset. So what happens here on the Ret Paladin is you can actually spam Blade of Justice almost constantly, because more than half of your auto attacks end up actually resetting the Blade of Justice, even though it's supposed to only be 20% of your auto attacks reset Blade of Justice. So you can spam Blade of Justice, which in turn is dealing AoE damage and applying expurgation, the dot in AoE. And we are actually doing more AoE damage than some of the really bad classes' full AoE damage rotations, just because the combination of bugs is making Ret Paladin super broken. If we were to actually go for full Ret Paladin damage rotation, Ret Paladin is super busted on AoE damage. I already screwed it up a little bit, but I'm not used to the I'm pressing some of the wrong buttons a little bit because I'm just not used to playing with the auto attacks on the auto attacks being replaced. But yeah, it's it ends up being ridiculous damage. I'm not sure how much it's even worth pressing Divine Storm. I don't know if it's actually worth pressing Divine Storm over Blade of Justice. It might actually be better to just let your holy power overcap than to actually press Divine Storm. It might be better to prioritize Blade of Justice over Divine Storm. Is probably the easier way to say that. So, yeah, I was pressing buttons I probably even shouldn't have there, and we're still definitely looking at top AoE damage on the Ret Paladin here. But yeah, Divine Storm. Yeah, I think oh, Final Reckoning is only 15% more holy power. 15% more damage on the Divine Storm. The other thing was Judgment causes targets to take 20% increased damage from your next holy power ability, but I think because of Expurgation applying in AoE, I think you actually just prioritize Blade of Justice over Divine Storm all the time. Wake of Ashes is still better than Blade of Justice. Final Reckoning, it's probably worth pressing still. Divine Toll should theoretically be worth pressing. But even with the Cleave on Judgment, and it generating 2 holy power, even with that, I think Blade of Justice is probably still something that you prioritize over that. But yeah, the rotation could be optimized a bit, but yeah, Retribution Paladin definitely doing too much AoE damage with that specific combination of stuff. But before I was playing Templar Strikes, so I'm changing my talent back to that. But yeah, there's they did change Templar Strike. The Templar Strike Templar Slash combo does deal more damage now. But it no longer has 2 charges, so it does change your rotation up a little bit, not having 2 charges anymore, and yeah, in single target, previously when I was testing in my DPS research video for Ret Paladin, you never really got the opportunity to use Empyrean power procs for free Divine Storm in single target, because with 2 charges you essentially had 4 total hits on the Templar Strike Templar Slash combo, but now you should theoretically be able to use that. The other thing though is I think it may be worth switching over from Judgment generating 2 holy power to Judgment having 2 charges. I think that's probably worthwhile, but I'm not so sure about the other talent here. Because it has this other effect now where Mastery Judgment it's basically, Yeah, more of a single target damage thing. So I don't know. Let's just try to do a rotation real quick on here and check it out. I've been trying to figure out, like, where do I even prioritize the new Templar slash thing? So yeah, still doing pretty good single target damage here. How's the High Lord's Judgment? That's the mastery thing, right? Yeah. So that definitely did a significant amount of single target damage. But that's from the increased proc rate thing. I definitely did not Templar Strike and Templar Slash very much. So, I mean, those talents, this talent point is feeling kind of weak to me, but if I don't take that talent point, I have to take one of these other ones. Well, I have to take Crusading Strikes or one of these other ones. Divine Hammer is kind of a new interesting AoE spender, AoE holy power spender, kind of like Cindergrosa's Breath on Frost DK, but you're spending holy power instead of runic power. And it just throws out little AoE hammers, but I haven't really tested it that much. So I don't know how good it is. The one here, duration of Avenging Wrath or Crusade, is we have 20 seconds uptime on a 1 minute cooldown. 23 seconds is like, it's a few more global cooldowns. It's I don't know, it doesn't seem that great to me. Especially because Avenging Wrath kind of already lasts longer than you really need it for, in my opinion. It's probably better in like PvP, I would say, when you press that button and then the enemy team uses crowd control on you as much as possible. So this would be like a lot more effective uptime in PvP. But as far as PvE goes, I don't think that talent's very strong. And yeah, I don't want to... I don't like... replacing Crusading Strikes, so it's hard to decide what I'm really doing here. But yeah. And then the whole AoE rotation, the AoE damage rotation is almost exactly the same for Ret Paladin these days because of AoE damage on Blade of Vengeance and cleave on your Crusader Strike and Judgment stuff. So the only button that's different is that you're pressing Divine Storm instead of Final Verdict for your Holy Power Spender. And everything else is the same. Well, you might also technically prioritize things a little bit differently. I'm not really sure on that part, but all these abilities do like fairly comparable damage. It's not like you can super mess up your rotation as Ret Paladin. It's very noob friendly in that respect. So we'll do a bit of damage here. This is, again, we're doing this without the bugged interaction, resetting our Blade of Justice like crazy. So we'll do a little bit less damage than we were doing earlier because of that. But this is like more how it should play out. Oh, I forgot, you also won't be pressing Hammer of Wrath. Unless you unless your cooldowns run out. Because of Blade of Justice resets, ideally you do keep it both charges off of cooldown. Okay, that's our 1 minute cycle, because Avenging Wrath and all our big abilities are back up, so definitely still in combat way too long, which is dropping our DPS on the damage meter, but definitely still without the bugged interaction, a very strong AoE damage profile for the Ret Paladin. Yeah. I think we're ready to move on. Discipline Priest. So the Discipline Priest was feeling really bad in dungeons for a while until they buffed it they buffed Atonement for outside of raid. They buffed it to be like 70% more healing or something. Switch over to the right spec here. Why am I PvP tagged? I'm PvP tagged for the next 4.5 minutes for some reason. All right, we'll monitor a PvP talent over here. So yeah, Discipline Priest was feeling pretty bad for a while. Because like their basic class mechanic is Atonement, where certain abilities apply Atonement to an ally, and your damage leeches health to those allies with Atonement on them. but you can apply way more atonements to allies in a raid setting. So atonement was like really weak outside of raid because they had to tune it for raid, but then they changed it so atonement is now 70% more effective outside of raid. So it's significantly more useful than it was before. So yeah, the other thing they did, well, they did multiple things for Discipline Priests, which are good changes. They buffed Luminous Barrier here for non-raid. So this used to be very weak, but they buffed this a lot. So now it's basically on par now with Mass Barrier for the mage, except it's not hard capped at 5 targets like Mass Barrier is. So this is still more useful in raid than Mass Barrier, but outside of raid, it's basically as good as Mage Mass Barrier. So it's not like super amazing. So I think generally you're still gonna want Power Word Barrier for when big damage is coming, unless you're in a group where people are not close enough that they're gonna run inside your Power Word Barrier. Like if you've got like a hunter way out here type of thing, then yeah, it's hard to say. For Power Word Barrier, since it blocks 20% of damage done, they basically have to take 5 times as much damage as the Lunar Barrier soaks up for a Power Word Barrier to be better than Luminous Barrier. So it's got to be like really big damage hits in more difficult levels of dungeons for Power Word Barrier to be better, but that's so like at a casual kind of level, like heroic dungeons, Luminous Barrier is gonna be more useful, but in actual difficult content, Power Word Barrier is definitely gonna be the play in most situations. There might be like certain forced spread out mechanics where Luminous Barrier might still be play, but like on certain raid boss fights or whatever, but generally that's not the case. And then yeah, they buffed Power Word Shield like 30% or something, which is most useful for our Discipline Priest. I think it's buffed on all specs. I'm not entirely sure on that, but it's most important on the Discipline Priest because Power Word Shield applies Atonement, and also because of the Rapture cooldown, which got reworked. So Rapture used to be that your Power Word Shield is like 40% more powerful for the next 8 seconds and has no cooldown, something like that. And they changed the way it works to be your next 3 Power Word shields absorb extra damage. So it's no longer the case that you have to press the button and then spam Power Word Shield as much as possible to get as much value out of it as possible. Now you can actually focus more on using it like on the optimum targets, or also you can like the buff on it lasts longer. You have a little bit longer to use those Power Word shields So you can use them on the tank if you want, multiple times type of thing. Whereas if you spammed it on the same target over and over again, the enemies would generally not break the shield every global cooldown, so you would like lose value out of it in the old situation like that, so you had to like spam it on multiple different targets. So it's just like way better quality of life. Now the tooltip says 5 targets. It said 3 targets is what they changed it to because this other talent down here adds 2 additional shields. So I'm not sure exactly how good that talent is because it's still like a finite amount of time that you have to cast the power word shields. So if only the tank really needs it, then you might actually come into a situation where you don't actually need all 5 uses of a super power word shield. So it's possible this talent is not totally necessary. I'm not really sure. But I still like it a lot better than this other one where power word shield atonements last longer. So yeah. So yeah, Rapture is just like massive quality of life improvement for that, combined with Power Word Shield just preventing more damage than it did before. Makes it Disciplined Priest is feeling way better than it used to be. There is a problem on Priest where the renewed heal over time is still super weak. This is not quite as much of a problem on Disciplined Priest because Renew actually does still apply atonement to allies. So like as far as applying atonement goes, Power Word Shield is Power Word Shield's obviously better, but it has a cooldown. Like Power Shield's like way better, but it has a cooldown. But Renew is something that you can do while moving. Flash of Light, or sorry, Flash Heal also does apply atonement. But specifically when you're moving, like if you're running out of a boss's AoE mechanic or whatever, then that's a time where you might be casting Renew on a couple people to just get atonement on them. I guess theoretically you could also do that on allies that are full health. It would be better to use Renew on them than Flash Heal. Either in case they take damage in the future, then the Renew will heal them. But also the mana cost of Renew is less than the mana cost of Flash Heal, so there's certain theoretical situations where you do use Renew as a Disciplined Priest, but it's still very weak in the healing that it provides. And then, yeah, the shadow side of the spec tree for discipline, I'm really not a fan of. There's a bunch of stuff down here for your Shadow Fiend, which you can replace with a 1-minute Mindbender cooldown, but it's, I don't know, that stuff is, it's more stuff about doing damage, which helps your atonement healing a little bit, but I don't like most of the talents down there. I do like the one here, though, increasing the damage of Mind Blast and Shadow or Death. And they consume your Purge the Wicked dot on the target to deal more damage. I feel like those talents are pretty good. And you have to get a little bit of stuff up here just because it's fairly worthwhile for increasing your penance. But overall, the I don't like the shadow talent stuff over here. They did do a little bit of power creep type of stuff here, where this talent used to be 2 points and now it's 1 point. So you can get like a little more stuff down here if you want to. I've been very strongly considering this talent here, but I like Ultimate Penance a lot. We'll just go press that real quick. But we're not gonna do like actual target dummy stuff. But I just really like the Ultimate Penance spell. It's pretty awesome. Just go up and then it heals with a bunch of little penance bolts, or you can use it as a damage ability also, since penance does healing or damage. It's a fun button to press. Definitely a fun button to press. So yeah, that's pretty much it for Discipline Priest. It's definitely massively buffed as far as how it plays and stuff, and how effective it is outside of raids. Let's move on though to the Holy Priest. Holy Priest is still the simplest, most straightforward healing spec, and I am pretty happy with how it plays, except they did some changes here. This was before the actually those changes up here and also changes down here, where this was before the War Within pre-patch, I'm pretty sure. So it was like a very late in the expansion minor rework to Holy Priest. And so some things they did, so Chastise, Holy Word Chastise causes your next 2 casts of Holy Fire to be instant cast and have no cooldown. So it kind of gives you 2 instant charges of Holy Fire, basically. And then the Burning Vehemence increases the damage of Holy Fire by 30%, and Holy Fire deals 75% of its initial damage to all nearby enemies. So it's like massive cleave on the Holy Fire, which Holy Fire actually does very significant upfront damage to it. When you include that 30% extra damage. So this is like absurdly strong as far as a healer damage button goes for AoE with that 75% cleave. But on top of that, what they did was they changed the talent down here to include Holy Fire and Holy Nova, reducing the cooldown of Holy Word Chastise by 4 seconds. So you kind of get this feedback loop of Chastise giving you Holy Fire charges, and then the Holy Fire reducing the Chastise cooldown. And then outside of that, of course, you're spamming Holy Nova to reduce the Chastise cooldown, or Smite also reduces the Chastise cooldown. But you'll be using Holy Nova in AoE. Oh, this part of the screen's blocked, isn't it? But yeah, so you get this intense feedback loop of just being able to do lots of AoE damage on the Holy Priest. And also the dot on Holy Fire now extends as much as you want. So if we Holy Fire and then Chastise and then Holy Fire a couple more times, the dot just keeps going up. And then like we Holy Fire again, the dot duration just goes up and up and up. So you can actually get like infinite duration on the dot. Basically. That's more of a single target thing, but it's just one of those things where and until the enemy dies, you're getting all the value from it without having to put the dot on different targets, type of thing. But the actual OP part, if you're really wanting to do burst damage, is that you use the Apotheosis cooldown here, where the cooldown reductions to your holy words is increased by 300%. So you actually reset your Chastise a lot more. So as a healer, the Holy Priest actually does like a ridiculous amount of AoE damage if they don't have to worry about healing. The other thing you can do here is Divine Word. This is not that great on Chastise. I like it a lot better on Sanctify or Serenity, but it will decrease the Chastise cooldown and give you a damage buff. So it's like you can use it to get a little more DPS in the rotation here. So if we try to do a little bit of a quick DPS rotation on the Holy Priest, let's go for it. Whoops. So our Apotheosis did expire. I don't think I have a weaker set up for that actually. But oh my god, we didn't even have the stupid current segment selected. So yeah, the AoE, long story short, is that the AoE on Holy Priest, the AoE damage is very comparable to tank AoE. I wasn't even pressing Halo there. Halo is not as exciting as it used to be, though. It's not like our damage was far behind what it would have been. But yeah, tons of AoE damage because of that feedback loop. Oh, and I forgot. I totally forgot. So we'll double check that this is the case right now, but yeah. So if you look at the damage here, Holy Fire did 58,000. Burning Vehemence did 22,000. What is this damage that's still ticking? Oh, that was... Yeah, our thing stacked up for quite a long time. So if you do the math, you'll see that this is not actually 75% damage of this. It should have been more like 44,000 damage on Burning Vehemence. That's a bug that I noticed a couple days ago. So basically, on these training dummies here, the Burning Vehemence is doing half as much damage as it's supposed to. So this Burning Vehemence damage is actually supposed to be doubled. Literally doubled. So if we go to DPS here, Burning Vehemence was doing 41k DPS. So instead of, well, I stopped before there was like extra time taking down or whatever, but I didn't do like a full thing. But basically, we would have done actually significantly more AoE damage if there wasn't this bug with Burning Vehemence doing half as much damage as it's supposed to the training dummies here. Now, I did test this in Stormwind, and it was not doing half damage on the training dummies in Stormwind. And I also tested it on the on some monsters out in the world. So it is definitely 75% is the correct number for Burning Vehemence cleave on the things. It's just these training dummies here is that it's doing half as much damage as it's supposed to. So yeah. That's why I say the damage rotation is just hella OP for Holy Priest. As long as they can focus on doing damage and not healing. That is more so for the AoE though. The single target damage, it's not like they're doing crazy single target damage. It's still, they're still using Chastise to get more casts of Holy Fire off, and it's still fairly good single target, but yeah, it's definitely much more about the AoE damage for the Holy Priest is what's the problem. So I have no idea why they haven't fixed it yet. It's just a really OP interaction the way that that stuff works. It causes holy priests in like easy content like heroic dungeons. Holy priests just do way too much damage if they know what they're doing. Like without even being overgeared. If you're overgeared, then obviously other healers can do a shitload of damage as well. Like historically, restoration druids in cat form could do very high burst damage to bosses, or restoration shaman with the acid range does very high AoE damage when there's lots of enemies, or if they could cast lots of chain lightnings. And to some extent that's still the case for the restoration shaman. But yeah. Overall, yeah, healers should not be doing that much damage. I think we're ready to move on to Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest, I don't recall seeing nerfs, but Shadow Priest at the end of Dragonflight was super meta. And yeah, I don't recall seeing nerfs. I don't know how much... I don't know, maybe the tier set might have varied it a little bit, but I did some testing before I started shooting these videos just to make sure I generally knew what I was doing with the damage rotation and nothing... I hadn't like forgotten how to play or whatever. Wait, Shadow Form. But yeah, Shadow Priest was feeling a little bit weak on the AoE damage. But yeah, they didn't really change much with Shadow Priest. They did buff Mindflay Insanity by reducing the cast time on it. So it's now only 1.2 second cast time or channel time. It used to be like 2 seconds or something, which is still a lot shorter than the regular Mindflay, but yeah, they made it even shorter, which is, I don't know, it feels kind of to some extent too short maybe, but the thing is it does feel really bad if like the instant that you cast Mindflay Insanity, some damage circle appears on the ground that you have to move out of. So it's just kind of like less chance that you have to interrupt any amount of Mindflay Insanity. So definitely, it's like very short, so it feels weird, but it's like definitely a quality of life update and a DPS increase. There's also this new option for Shadow Crash to automatically be cast at your target instead of having to target it on the ground. So that's an improvement for people who want to use that. It's always been a pain that you can't write a macro to be at target for it to automatically just do that, but at least having it in the tree is kind of nice. It's just, there would be times where you don't want that functionality, so It's probably better to still use this one and then use a macro that'll do a cast at the cursor if you want to like quick cast it. Um, but yeah, it's good that they put that option in there. They did that on Earthquake on the Shaman, which we'll get to. And I can't remember if they did it on any other spells in the game, but definitely something I want to see more of in this game is just having options like that, because the half second that it does take to target that on the ground does slow your DPS down a little bit. But yeah, apart from that, nothing really changed with Shadow Priest. There were like some small buffs to things and whatever, but I don't think anything really got changed, so Shadow Priest still pretty much the same. We will do some stuff here. We do have the PvP thing active here, so I don't know if we can try to avoid that. Whatever's causing that, I don't know what's causing it, but try to avoid that just to try to keep our damage meter accurate. Alright, so yeah. I historically, since Vampiric Touch does not have upfront damage to it, it's historically, even in single target, you theoretically would Shadow Crash because it has upfront damage. For your Vampiric Touch. But yeah, like I said, the targeting of it does take a slight amount of time that I typically don't do that. It's just a little too much of a hassle. So we're gonna just start off with the regular Vampiric Touch, and then we're gonna press some buttons. We're gonna generate some insanity before we do Void Eruption, because casting Devouring Plague, which is our insanity spender, during Void Eruption, or during Void form, extends the duration of it, so it's best to enter that with like full insanity if you can. But it depends on your situation, whether or not, if the enemy's not gonna live long enough to get full value out of your extended void form, then you might as well just press it at the start of the fight. So yeah, and of course we're gonna power infuse ourselves with this, and we're gonna summon the Shadow Fiend and stuff, so we're gonna do lots of different things. Do our little Void Torrent, and we're gonna do our classic Mind Flay. I'm not sure if I ever actually, I don't think I ever actually put on a weak aura to remind myself to recast. Oh, I'm an idiot. I've been spending my insanity. I kind of do that automatically, but we're supposed to be saving up insanity for the void form. Yeah. That orange thing is our free, not free, it's always free. Our thing that we know that the Shadow Word Death thing procs, so... Yeah, still good, single target damage here, though. How are we doing? Since I kind of screwed up the opening, I'm not gonna wait till, I'm not gonna wait till Void Form comes back off a cooldown. I guess technically for the full rotation sort of thing. The Shadow Fiends are longest cooldown, but yeah. I think we'll just call it there. So yeah, stuff. We did our Void Eruption late because I was accidentally just kind of autopiloting, pressing Devouring Plague the first few times. So we didn't Void Eruption as early in the fight as we wanted to. But the overall, the DPS on Shadow Priest single target still perfectly fine. But the issue I have is the AoE feeling weak. Now, ever since they buffed Shadow Crash a while back to have a 20-second cooldown, you just use Shadow Crash on cooldown and it keeps your dots up on enemies the entire time, so that part's good. But yeah, the AoE damage feels kind of weak. We'll see. The Psychic Link, I feel like, is not doing... I don't know if they nerfed it at some point, and I missed the nerf. I kind of stopped playing Shadow Priest for the most part once it became meta. Even though it was still like a fun to play type of thing, but I usually don't play the most OP things. So Shadow Priest, I didn't play Fire Mage because I sucked at it and didn't like how it played. But apart from that, and well, same with Augmentation Evoker. But then the other main thing was Shadow Priest, which I did like, and then Retribution Paladin as well. When Retribution Paladin got significant buffs in I think it was season 3 of Dragonflight, that it suddenly became meta. Not the top of the meta, but the top of the melee. It was the best melee spec by far. Or the actual meta was a combination of Shadow Priest, Fire Mage, and Augmentation Evoker, and with occasionally Balanced Druid or Destruction Warlock taking up spots up there because they could do very good AoE damage. But yeah, let's do some damage here. Cleave Training Dummy. And we're going to be trying to press a couple more buttons here. So we're definitely pressing Halo in AoE, and yeah, we're also pressing Holy Nova a bit when our other stuff's on cooldown. I'm not entirely sure. You'd have to like do the math or whatever. I'm not entirely sure if it's worth prioritizing Holy Nova over Mindflay always. But let's just stop there. But we're definitely a bit behind on the AoE damage for Shadow Priest. But like I was saying, Holy Nova does a little bit of damage in AoE. I think yeah, it might be worth waiting for the Rhapsody stacks to reach full before using it, and then the rest of the time you Mind Flay so that because when you're Mind Flaying, at least you're getting Psychic Link damage as well. So I might have been pressing Holy Nova too often there. But yeah, you're not getting that much more damage if you make that change. It's not going to be that much of a big deal. The Holy Nova is what? Because like you look at the damage here on Mindflay, you got to consider it's 68,000 damage, but it's over 3 seconds. So it's like it's more than 2 Holy Nova's worth of channel time. So you do get Psychic Link damage on, what is it, 4 targets? See? Yeah. The current target doesn't get Psychic Link from damage to it, so yeah, Psychic Link on 4 targets for 30% damage would be 120% damage, so you're looking at what, maybe 150k damage over 3.6 seconds compared to Holy Nova. Base level is 7k damage times 5 is 35. 3, yeah, you'll get, yeah, so I guess Mindflay is slightly better. How long does it take to stack up Rhapsody? Every 1 second. In the course of a 2-minute fight, I should have been casting Holy Nova 6 times, basically. So I cast it how many times? cast it 13 times. So that's 7 more times than I should have. So it would have been like 2 or 3 more channels on the Mind Flay. So yeah, it's really... It really would have done very, very little. We're talking about maybe 1% more damage. So I'm calling Shadow Priest AoE weak. Not ultra weak, unlike a couple other specs we've seen, but definitely I'm calling it weak. But let's move on. We have more classes to go. What have we done so far today? 4? Yeah, we're actually... Actually, let's actually stop here. We'll just make it a 3-part video. We did 5 classes the first video. We did 4 classes the second video. Next video, we are doing the last 4 classes, which is Rogue, Shaman, Warlock, and Warrior. Because, yeah, I could really use some food and some drink, refresh my voice a little bit. So see you next time.